day one. It is the morning session about to come. Very exciting, as we know that the Grand Prix season and Formula One season is just a week away, and we are in Bahrain for testing, and the following week we will be having practice session one of the first Grand Prix weekend, and how we are so looking forward to that. So what is pre-season testing? This is the time when all the teams can finally take their new cars out and go and test components. Drivers get to take the car out and essentially try and get as fast as a lap as possible, and get a feel for the car, feel what's good about it, whether or not they feel they can truly feel comfortable with the car, or whether or not there are some changes that need to be made in terms of adjusting certain parts so that the driver can feel comfortable inside the brand new 2023 model for each team. So, of course, remembering that it's not necessarily a good indicator, I'll say this, it's not very much an indicator in terms of timings that the drivers can get. It's more about feeding the car and making sure they understand their vehicle and trying to get the most out of it during this pre-season testing. But at the same time, Max Verstappen did have the quickest times in testing for both 2021 and for 2022, and he went on to go and win the championships in both of those seasons. Same thing, although that I say in terms of you can't really take it as a clear indicator, because in the same time in 2021 Yuki Tsunoda got the quickest times, or rather, I think he got the quickest times as a reserve driver. And then Michael Schumacher in 2022 came also second to Max Verstappen with regards to quick times there as well. So essentially what we are looking out for is you're going to see teams testing their components, then the reliability and how quick their cars are. They're going to be doing most of their laps on low fuel, so to try and just do those basically qualifying laps. You're going to be essentially seeing most of the drivers do qualifying attempts more or less. So I mean, we've got on F1. They basically went and had a look at what are the certain things we want to be looking through, and teams testing will be split into two sections, as I say, reliability and performance. So notable thing, of course, to know that today only one car is allowed on track from each team at a certain given point. You cannot have both cars from the team out there, so only one driver can test at a time. So that obviously makes it a little bit more difficult. However, there are 25.5 hours in total over the next 3 days of testing that the teams can get their drivers out there and testing the cars. So what will be wanted to see? Reliability testing. You're going to be checking the car for cooling. Undercooled power unit may fail or operate with poor performance, whereas an overcooled power unit is wasteful of the airflow supplied to the car, which could otherwise be used to provide downforce or to reduce drag. These are the sort of things that the teams will be looking at over testing for the next 3 days. All of the mechanical systems underneath the bodywork, from suspension through to drivers' drinks systems, they are tested in variety of situations. They take almost standard fuel run out tests, which check all the fuel pumps and are able to collect every bit of fuel from them and from the tank during a low fuel qualifying lap. This is often the case of many of the red flags at the end of test sessions. So we're essentially looking at reliability, of course, because most teams, we wanted to avoid what happened to Red Bull last year, where we saw in the very first race in Bahrain, both cars retired due to reliability issues. And so it's pre-season testing. That is what the teams are going to be looking for and making sure that they can somewhat avoid all of those issues. So we've got 10 teams ready to go and test today. Very, very keen to see the times we see from the drivers. Of course, we've got Aston Martin being interesting. Of course, having their reserve driver taking over Lance Stroll's duties, and Fernando Alonso, obviously the new team for Aston Martin. Of course, we're looking at Red Bull, Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Mercedes, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, and of course Ferrari, Charles Leclerc, and Carlos Sainz. Those three teams we're very much looking forward to with bated breath, and I cannot wait to see what the day holds for testing. So stick with us, and we're going to see how everything goes today.
will grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. go. my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I want to taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got 1 too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. on. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in our eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up now. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up, babe. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, shoot, shoot, yeah, shoot, shoot, yeah, shooting, shooting, yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars, shooting stars, shooting stars, shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get it done.
Felt me like a Hellcat. Running like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Running like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah.
The pit board's got quite a cool thing. How do they? Where do they get this from? Okay, just let me know, and I'll just go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'll just assume. Okay. Cheers. Okay, so just give me 2 seconds. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports. You're joining me for the morning session for pre-season testing. We are currently in Bahrain. I am watching along here and seeing everything that is happening this morning in testing. So, some notable things that have happened so far, in case you are joining us only now. Aston Martin, they did have a bit of a small issue. Didn't seem major, but they had a small issue where they had to stop on track. The car was stopped, and they had to bring the car back into the pits. At the time, they were hiding the car, funny enough, trying to keep the media from seeing what things they've done to the car. But I think they got communication saying, guys, who cares? Just everyone knows what the car looks like now. Just stop it. So they eventually took off the thing, took off the covers, and let everybody see the green machine, as it's called. And we're just looking at the Red Bull now of Verstappen, who is on track. He is currently doing a fast lap now. So just to get you some standings here, Albon has actually gone fastest. Other than Verstappen has just gone fastest now in this preseason testing now. So I'm just watching his lap back here. Red Bull, of course, looking to make it 3 years in a row with the Drivers' Championship. Max Verstappen, of course, being that driver. Just looking quite interestingly, obviously, if you guys didn't know about testing, a thing that sort of happens with testing most of the time is these teams will have interesting liveries for testing, because it's not racing. I'm struggling for English here. It's not racing norms in terms of what they want for their liveries, so they have a little bit of fun. So we've got Williams, who've got a bit of orange on the front of their car, and Red Bull's got a bit of green, Lumo green in the bottom of theirs as well. So seeing a couple of interesting things here. Just watching this Verstappen lap back now. This car is looking very quick yet again. So just seeing here, crosses the line, in a very, very solid time of 1:33.593. Albon just behind them in the Williams. The Williams car looking all right so far. And Ferrari also seemingly looking half decent as well. So not much to note, except for the fact that it seems the Alpine car is something to watch out for this season. That's what everybody's pretty much saying. They're saying that the Alpine seems to be a bit stronger, and the Alpine crew and designers are very much waving their hands about, saying, hey, look at our car. Because, they reckon they've done some serious work to it, and they reckon they want to challenge the top 3 teams. So it'll be interesting to see if Alpine can come out on top, because you see teams usually challenging out for the after the big 3. You know, you've got Ferrari, Red Bull, and Mercedes. After that, you're looking at McLaren, probably Alpine, and Mercedes, and Aston Martin. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Alpine wins that battle. Not just that, whether or not they can try and challenge the big 3. Obviously, it's quite an unlikely challenge, as we know. Red Bull, Mercedes, and Ferrari will always tend to have more budget. Well, not necessarily more budget, but certainly much better engineering and developments than most of the other teams. They do have better teams around them, supposedly, but we'll be very interested to see how they do. As we're now following Russell going around in this beautiful Mercedes. I do love the Mercedes this year. I would love to know your thoughts on the livery. And we've got a couple of cameramen out there. They're doing a watch here. And to tell you something, this Mercedes does look very, very nice on this track right now. I know I'd love to see it at night because, you know, it's pretty much pure black around the whole thing with just a little bit of trim of that famous Mercedes blue. And yeah, as I was saying earlier, a lot of these cars and manufacturers have got interesting liveries for testing, and we're just looking at Russell's here of the Mercedes. It's got a little bit of splashes of Lumo green as well, which is all quite fun as well. Russell sporting a blue helmet today. I'm trying to see if it's got any particular design, but it's just seemingly a bit of somewhat of a baby blue with a big Mercedes symbol right on the top of his head. And we're also following the Ferrari here, having a little bit of a bumpy ride there. We're following Sainz now, who's doing another lap here on mediums, I note. So you're not going to really see a much faster time in terms of the timings on your left-hand side of the screen here. But you are going to see this Ferrari going round the track now of Carlos Sainz. I'm very interested to see how Ferrari do this year. I think it's a team that's certainly going to be wanting to make amends for last year. I think they had a very solid car that didn't necessarily perform to the expectations most people had for it. As we do actually see Sainz go round in the quickest time so far in the new 2023 cars, even on medium tires. So, yeah, significantly improving the Sector 1 and Sector 3 times. So very interesting to see that. Beating the Red Bull of Verstappen by 0.3 seconds. So I'm also very interested to see how Sainz can do this year, because obviously Charles Leclerc is dubbed the top driver in Ferrari. He is the #1 driver, but Carlos Sainz obviously challenging Charles Leclerc a lot last season, and started to fight for himself a little bit within the Ferrari team, and rightly so, because he did come out on top in a couple of those races. So I actually reckon Ferrari have got probably the two most competitive drivers out of the two partners wise. If you look at the big three teams, you've got Russell and Hamilton, you've got Verstappen, Perez, and you've got Sainz and Charles Leclerc. Now, I actually think Charles Leclerc and Sainz are probably the best duo in terms of talent, total talent, I mean. So whether or not Ferrari's car will be good enough for them to challenge and take 1-2s this season will be very interesting to see. So I am just looking inside now the Oracle Red Bull racing car of Verstappen. Of course, Bahrain last year, both Red Bulls retired in the very first race. So testing is very important for all teams, and I'm sure Red Bull will be watching out extra carefully to make sure that that does not happen again. As we see, we are following Russell again going around the track here. And we see him finish Sector 1 and 2.1 seconds off of the Ferrari of Sainz. So a little bit slow than Mercedes so far. Not really putting in big times, but they are on a hard tire so far. So it's not too much to judge them on. They're on a very hard tire at the moment. They're not doing testing on medium and soft yet, but they are just a little bit off the pace. And we will follow on as we go. So I'd love to know your guys' thoughts about the cars this year, the liveries, your expectations for each team, drivers, and drama, obviously, within F1. This is obviously Bahrain. It's one of my favorite tracks. It's a relatively easy track for these drivers to drive around, but it is a very quick track as well, and very well made for overtaking. It's a great watch, usually one of my favorites of the season. Obviously, the first race takes place in Bahrain. So doing testing here is going to be, hopefully, they're going to make these cars as efficient for this track as possible. just following Verstappen here, looking at the Red Bull. Red Bull didn't really change much in their car at all. Pretty much stayed true to their shape as of last year, as so did Ferrari and Mercedes. It was more the other teams that you started seeing some changes. Alfa Romeo making lots of changes, probably making the most changes out of any team to their car. And I will say that their livery is looking incredible. Do much prefer the Alphas this year. They look really, really good. A bit more of a Ferrari red and the black rather than that horrible like silverish white they had last year on their livery. So just to let you know of the drivers that have gone around the track so far, of course, there's a schedule that these drivers are following for each of their teams who announce their schedules in terms of which drivers will be driving in which session. So in this current session, we've got Carlos Sainz, Max Verstappen, Alex Albon, Zhou, Hulkenberg, Gasly, Russell, Tsunoda, Piastri, and Drugovich. Those are the people who have gone around so far. Drugovich, of course, filling in for Lance Stroll, who will not be available for testing, nor will he be available for the Bahrain race at this stage. So Drugovich will be filling in as the reserve driver for Aston Martin. He's also reserve driver for McLaren, but he is taking the duties of Aston Martin for the testing today. And so far, Aston Martin didn't really help him out too much because the car did not operate. It took a little bit of a knock out on the track. Not a major issue, but so he wasn't able to get some more laps in, and since we've not seen the Aston Martin on track. So they're just having a look at the car, seeing what went wrong with it. They were doing a little bit of testing with regards to aerodynamics at the rear. They had the bars on, of course, see in testing that a lot of these cars put on these aerodynamic testing bars on the cars, and the Aston Martin did have it on at the time. But so we will see. Hopefully, Aston Martin come back out on track. They've still got a lot of time. Still 2 hours and 38 minutes left of this session, as we are watching Zhou in this new Alfa Romeo, looking absolutely stunning on track. I tell you, it does look amazing. As James says, their Alfa's looking amazing. They do look incredible. Not particularly going around quickly yet. I mean, not slow either, but they are on a medium tire, and they're just a little bit off the pace. But not too much, only 1.5 seconds behind the Ferrari. So, Guan Yu Zhou, obviously involved in a huge horror crash last season. Very interested to see what he can do this season in the second season of F1. Of course, the only and first ever Chinese driver in F1, racing for Alfa Romeo alongside F1 stalwart Bottas. Valtteri Bottas of Finland. So Alfa Romeo got two what seem very good drivers, and hopefully they've got the car to match the season to make it a bit more of a challenge. I'd love to see a more competitive F1 this year, just generally across the whole board. I'd love to see Haas be a bit more competitive, and I want to see McLaren be a bit more competitive, especially. McLaren, of course, historically been a very, very strong team in F1. As of recent years, not so much. Especially last year, they had a rather terrible season, if we're honest, in comparison to where they should be. And as a result, Ricciardo has left McLaren, or rather, McLaren forced Ricciardo out the door to make way for Oscar Piastri, the Australian, who is now obviously a McLaren driver in that orange beaut of a car. So just following Nico Hulkenberg in the Haas. I tell you, the Haas livery is also quite interesting this year. I quite like the white and red, and then when you look to the sides, it changes color to basically just black. So it's quite clever. So front on, it's just white and red, and then from the sides, it's black and white. So very fun little designing that they've done there. So it's quite interesting how basically the livery almost looks like it changes as they race around. And Hulkenberg, of course, coming back to F1, first time in 3 years, I think it is now. So it's a bit of a learning curve just to get used to these new cars as well. Obviously, he will probably be looking to try and regain some form from his previous F1 years. And I will say this, earlier on, he was locking up a little bit around the track, but seems to be growing back into it, of course. So very interested to see how Hulkenberg and Magnussen do in the Haas. Of course, two stalwarts of F1 racing. They've been around for many years. Both of them a little bit older than most of the drivers on the grid. So Haas going for the experience part of it. Having had a young driver in Mick Schumacher, of course, who is now only a reserve driver for Mercedes, and I think for McLaren as well, as a result of the engine agreements they have. So I do believe he is also a reserve driver for McLaren as well. But main reserve driver for Mercedes is that of Mick Schumacher. So we'll be interested to see whether or not he gets a race this year, and whether or not he gets offered a seat in a different team, or at least gets offered a seat in F1 the following season, or if he chooses to move on to a different Formula Series, or perhaps a different racing setup completely. And again, your thoughts on Mick Schumacher. I mean, was it harsh? What Haas did? Was he given enough opportunity? Was he not given enough opportunity? I'd love to know your thoughts regards to that as well. So just going through the times here, we've got Carlos Sainz in first so far with the quickest time of a 1:33.25, well, 1 minute 33.25, and Verstappen following very closely from 0.3. As we're just watching a replay here of Carlos Sainz going around the track, and just takes up a little bit of a, it just oversteer a little bit, had to recorrect the car, went off the tracks very slightly, but then found his way back on nice and easily. So yeah, Carlos Sainz making a small mistake there on the track, but still currently holding the quickest time in preseason testing so far. There are quite a few cars on track right now. We do see Red Bull, we do see Ferrari, we do see Hülkenberg in the Haas, and we do see a Williams. No, not a Williams. We've got Zhou in the Alfa Romeo, and we've got Oscar Piastri in the McLaren as well. So following Carlos Sainz is now doing another fast lap attempt. I do believe he's got the medium tire on, unless I'm mistaken. So we're just currently looking at the Alpine car here. So it's the first real look at it. And basically, this is the car everybody's talking about so far today. They're just talking about how they've made this car quite a bit different. And it's the front wing that's changed dramatically. The front nose dips a lot. It's a very, very flat nose and dips all the way down to the front. It's quite a flat nose that Alpine have done. And Alpine keep talking about their designs this year. And they reckon they've got a really, really strong car. So just having a look at this Alpine car, of course, with stalwart Fernando Alonso, probably the most experienced driver on the grid, and probably one of the all-time great Formula One drivers. Of course, he will be alongside De Vries, I believe. Not De Vries, sorry. He'll be alongside Ocon in the Alpine, of course. So just looking at the car right now, it does look like they've done some interesting things to the Alpine, the French car, of course. So we'll be very interested to see how they do this season, whether or not they can challenge other teams and perhaps get a podium or two. So Alpine have got much narrower side pods this year. That's basically, I'll say Alpine have done quite a bit to their car in comparison to other teams. Just still having a look at it right now, just commentating on it, as we still see these drivers out on track going around. The top 5 quickest times, those 5 cars are out on track right now. And we are just following Oscar Piastri here, who had a big lockup during his lap there. So, as I said, new car for him, getting used to Formula One, of course. So we'll see how he fares as the session goes on for practice. Not practice, but preseason testing. More or less practice. And the Williams of Albon is out on track. And he's currently gone third fastest, Alex Albon, just behind the Ferrari and the Red Bull. And we are just here with someone from AlphaTauri. Let's just have a listen in. So yeah, basically they're just talking about Yuki Tsunoda's laps this morning so far. They had the aerial rake on the back of the car, and they're just collecting a lot of data for the day so far. So that's pretty much what they've done so far with AlphaTauri, and that's about it so far. They've already not gone for fast laps test. I think just trying to collect data, a lot of it for the car so much so far, and we'll see Yuki Tsunoda come back out onto track in a bit. And yeah, of course, yeah. So just quickly, just have a go at the votes here. Go and see who do you reckon is going to finish highest out of the rookies in the standings for the 2023 season. We've got Piastri in the McLaren, we've got De Vries, and we've got Sargent. So do go and have a look at those three. And also, whilst you're at it, you can also feel free to comment. How do you think Drugovich is going to do in the Bahrain race next week? Obviously, taking over from Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin. So technical director here for AlphaTauri, Jody Egginton, is basically saying that they reckon they've hit their targets. They're happy so much. They're happy so far with their development directions and otherwise. So they're just going to see how the year goes. But they're happy with what they've done, and they're meeting their requirements that they set for themselves. So they seem to be happy with development. But of course, most teams will be saying that they're not trying to give away too much. They're not exactly going to go and tell the media before the season even begins, we've got a garbage car and we don't stand a chance. So pretty much expected that they're going to be saying such. So it'll be interesting to see how AlphaTauri do fare this season. I don't think they're going to do particularly well. They weren't a very strong team last year, and I don't think they're going to be challenging much more this season either. But we will see, of course. Yuki Tsunoda there in the AlphaTauri. And we'll be very interested to see how he does the season as well, whether or not he calms down a little bit, mature a little bit more as well. Quite a snappy driver when it comes to quite snappy, as I say, when it comes to chatting on the team radio, and he's a bit aggressive, but we'll see how he does this season now as well. So just following Nico Hulkenberg here go around, has just completed the lap in a 1:37.7. So not particularly quick, but they are all of them. Obviously, as the day goes on, it gets a little bit hotter. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get very fast times in as we go. But at the same time, we will have rubber on the track, which means that hopefully there's a bit more grip for cars to get around the corners. So just also having a look at Gunther Steiner there of the Haas team. It's a very famous character, that's Gunther. And very interested to see what we will hear from him this year as well. As we do see Tsunoda back out on track for AlphaTauri. And he does not have anything to collect stats now, so he will be putting in times. I'm just trying to see the tire that he's put on. I think these are, yeah, they are softs. I'm not sure which compound. There are 5 compounds being run. But he's on a soft tire, so he's putting in times. He's going to try and put in something decent now, so we'll follow along and see how he does. So just following Yuki Tsunoda, yep, out on track. He has completed his lap. It was a 1:37.1, but I mean, not too quick, of course, but he's still going to have quite a few laps to go here. So not surprising that he's put in a little bit of a slow time there. So he will be having a go now in terms of getting used to the track. He's not been out on track too much. It's just a testing really earlier with regards to aerodynamics, having the aerial rake. So do you see action in Mercedes? It looks like Russell's going to be coming back onto track soon. He's putting on... Oh, no, never mind. He's putting on just headphones. I thought he was putting on his helmet. But Mercedes, yeah, very interested to see how Mercedes can do this year. And we are now finally following Drugovich in the Aston Martin, which has come back out onto track, which I'm very interested to see. So now hopefully he can put in a few more times and see how he can fare. Aston Martin so far, if we were to talk about best and worst practice or slash testing sessions so far, Aston Martin probably not doing quite as well as the rest, already having an issue on track and having to take the car in. But we will see whether or not Drugovich can get something out of this car. Of course, pulled in last minute, Drugovich, to go and test for Aston Martin as well as race for them next weekend. So races that we're not going to see today, and I hate to disappoint you, but these are the races we're not going to see. We're not going to see Valtteri Bottas, Hamilton, Ocon, De Vries, Magnussen, Leclerc, Alonso, Norris, and Sargent. Those are the drivers who will not be sitting out in this, or sitting out this session at least, for another 2 hours and 23 minutes. Some of those drivers, however, will be involved in the second session, not all of them, and that of Sergio Perez will also not be involved into this session right now, but may well be in the session later on. So yeah, please do let me know in the comments who you're supporting, who you're a big fan of, who is your go-to team, and your predictions for the season. I'm very interested to hear, of course. Let me see here, Charles Leclerc in the pit box. Just looking at the stats, following through for his teammates and what's happening there. So I'm sure he'll be watching with a very keen eye towards the session right now so that he can get going in his own sessions in practice, in testing. You see Alex Albon currently out on track doing some times. As he puts in a 1:36.2. Sorry. So yeah, not too bad. And as I say, Alex Albon's currently sitting in third in terms of timings. But of course, we don't really take lap times too seriously so far. When it gets to the final day session, we can start looking at overall lap times over the last 3 days and see more or less a better understanding as between those sessions we will have seen hopefully a few more fast laps and real genuine attempts at going around quickly and get a good understanding of which car is truly quickest. Usually the first session, not too much to tell. They're just getting used to these cars still. But by the third day, these drivers will have truly found their way around about these cars, hopefully. So, yeah, very interested to see how these teams do over these next 3 days of testing. And then, of course, Bahrain next week, which, of course, we will be streaming. So do be sure to subscribe to the channel and give us a like, comment, and turn notifications on, etc., etc. We do also have another channel. So we've got 2 channels, whichever one you're watching on currently. We've got Forever Motorsports and we've got Forever Sports, whichever one you're watching on. Very interested to know if you guys want to follow. Please do. And yeah, I want to know your thoughts on both channels do be sure to comment and ask me questions.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because
We've just seen Gasly put in a lap of a 1:35.4. So not too terrible at all, not too shabby from Pierre Gasly. But also as Alpine, they reckon they're going to be hitting new heights this year. So I'm very keen to see how that team does. Pierre Gasly there, just watching his lap back here in that Alpine, pink and blue. Just 2.1 seconds off the quickest time of the day so far. That from the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz. Just interested there, watching back Pierre Gasly on the main straight here, Bahrain, and he's porpoising a little bit. So, of course, they brought in rules with regards to porpoising. So, very interested by the fact that, yeah, he seemed to be just bobbing around there. The car just going up and down a little bit. So, they'll need to watch out for that Alpine, of course. There's a limit to the amount of porpoising the car can go through. And for the driver, of course, in terms of their head injuries or possible head injuries thereof. So, yeah, just watching back there. A little bit of porpoising. We saw a lot of porpoising at the beginning of the season last year, and they very, very quickly put a limit on it, and teams had to fix the issues therein, which they did, luckily. Now, just taking a little bit of break in practice right now. We're seeing Alex Albon and Gasly, the only two out on track. The rest of them all in the pits, analyzing data, having a look at things, seeing where they can improve, what's the problem. Yeah, so of course, we will see how this all happens. And separate news, of course, if you read the bottom of our page, you can just see a bit of information with regards to what's happening in F1 at the moment, such as the penalties with regards to free speech and or otherwise, and FIA clarifies free speech and the rules therein with regards to hate crimes and hate speech, etc., that people do share online. Disgusting comments, of course, some of them, which we do not support in any way, shape, or form. Nonetheless, just clarifying their position on it. So yeah, we've seen just everyone else still in the pits, and they're just having quite a few discussions about the season ahead and etc. Obviously, starting in Bahrain, we've got a very hectic schedule this year, the busiest schedule of F1 in its history. Lots of new races being added, and yeah, the schedule is quite busy now, starting all from next week. So what a season we are having in store for us. Obviously, more races means more opportunity for teams to take points, and more opportunities for teams to lose points as a result of failures and otherwise. So we will see, hopefully, a bit more of a competitive season as well, just with a few more races, of course, because if one team starts to run away with it, maybe something goes wrong in one of the weekends. There's quite a few of those weekends that to happen. So we will see whether or not that will become a regular occurrence. So we see Albon here completing his lap. And yeah, still currently Albon in third. His lap just finished there in 1:37.9, but not too slow here. So just looking trackside here, turn 10. So we are in Bahrain, of course, desert country. It's very dry. It's very hot. So these cars are going to be put under a little bit of pressure with regards to that heat and overheating of tires, etc. So certain things they'll be able to test for and certain things they won't be able to. There's a lot of tracks that will obviously offer a little bit of differences. But of course, Bahrain, a night race, a beautiful race. And as I say, it's definitely one of my favorite races to watch, just because it's quite a competitive race and it's quite a wide track. So there's a lot of overtaking opportunities for the drivers, of course, around Bahrain. And it's also a beautifully designed track. So it's got lots of straights. It's got 4 major straights on the track, and then a few interesting sections. And of course, it's got 3 DRS zones, which is rare for Formula One. 3 DRS zones. So it's got on the main straight, the following second straight, and then once you've gone through the rough section of the corners, it'll then come to a third DRS zone before coming into the very fast final section of the track. So a great race we have in store for us in Bahrain next week. And of course, this is where testing is happening as well. So hopefully these cars will be primed and ready to be in the best possible shape for starting our F1 season next week. So just talking about the somewhat lack of porpoising so far. I think the only car I've seen a bit of porpoising in has been that of Gasly's Alpine. Just had a little bit of bumpiness as he came down the main straight, but I don't even know if that's necessarily. Yeah, but it is actually Gasly's Alpine, which is showing a little bit of porpoising. But the other cars seemingly not, as we do see Gasly goes a little bit wide on one of the corners there. So yeah, we do see that Zhou, Albon, and Gasly now are the 3 cars out on track, and they're quite close to each other, in fact. So it's quite interesting to see them not so much battle it out, but certainly try and go around, and they will be seeing mistakes from each other as they go around. So yeah, they're just chatting right now about brake ducts and teams fiddling around with them, especially on this track, because it's a heavy braking track. Of course, a track with lots of straights and long straights as well. You're going to be seeing them get right up to top speed before having to seriously brake, because they do come into some very tight corners after a lot of these straights. So you're going to see lots of heavy braking around the track. So yeah, just commenting on the brake ducts and team strategies with regards to how they fiddle around with those. And to try and get as much grip as well as speed on this track. So this is quite a fast track, of course, but there are some seriously hard braking zones. Of course, that if you look directly above me, right in the middle of the track there, if you're just looking straight onto the screen on the left, you see a very hard braking zone before going into that third DRS zone. That straight that is directly parallel to the main straight, that's shorter straight. It is our DRS zone, as we do see Piastri come into that corner now. It's a very heavy braking zone coming to next almost a stop basically for these Formula One cars before they really speed up again, as you see Piastri really take off again. So a really hard braking zone. So yeah, just interested to see how teams will fiddle around with brake ducts and with the cars themselves. We do have a look inside the pit here, and we've got Max Verstappen's Red Bull currently on stilts. The nose is off, and they're just having a look at the floor of the car. So we'll be interested to see what they're looking at. Obviously got a little bit of data in, and they're going to try something new, and they're going to try something different and have a look at some stuff. Maybe something is coming a little bit loose. They're going to just adjust some stuff and just have a look, as we do follow Zhou in this brand new livery of the Alfa Romeo. What a beautiful car this is now. And I do love the little addition that Alfa Romeo has done on the back of their car with regards to the Italian flag on the back of the rear wing. It is quite fun. Obviously, I like teams adding a little bit of their flavor in terms of where they come from, or at least some interesting livery designs and patterns otherwise. So Alfa Romeo, that always having that little Italian flag on their rear wing, I love it so much. As we also do know Alpine have got the little French flag going around a lot of the car as well. So sort of things like that. I do really much enjoy them as well. So yeah, if you are watching, please do ask me some questions. Let me know what you think of practice so far. Who do you support? Who is your team? I would love to know. Come on, I want to see those Ferrari fans in the comments. I want to see those Red Bull fans in the comments. Just scream Red Bull spam with your favorite teams. I'm very interested to see who everybody supports, of course. And maybe you support an odd one. Maybe you are, in fact, not a Ferrari, Red Bull, or Mercedes fan. You are, in fact, a fan, a Haas fan. Not too many of those. I think people just feel sorry for them. Nonetheless, I would love to know, who do you follow and who is your favorite racing driver as well. Just as I said, 2 hours and 10 minutes left of this first pre-season testing session. And yeah, it looks like the Williams is going to be coming in to the pits now, because they've got a lot of the pit crew around, ready to take the car back into the garage. So we'll see how he does. We do see Carlos Sainz back out onto track, and Russell as well. So those are the two big things there. We've got a Ferrari and a Mercedes back out on track to continue testing. And Sainz there has got somebody trailing him. I want to see who it is, but it's got somebody trailing him very, very close. And so we will see how Sainz can get on now. He's on a medium tire, so hopefully he can challenge his tires from earlier. We have seen the times somewhat decrease as of late in these lap attempts. So we will follow Sainz with great interest. And so Sainz has started his lap, and we will as he's going around. So not too quick a time for Carlos Sainz. Just slightly off in this first sector by 0.1 seconds. We'll see how he fares in sector 2 and 3 as well. Looks like the Haas is also going to be coming out. Nico Hülkenberg currently ready. Yeah, they're up, dropping the car down, taking off blankets. The Haas is entering the track. There's just a bit of sparks coming off the Ferrari there as it comes around one of the turns. Carlos Sainz is going a little bit slower in all of the sectors so far, but not too slow, and certainly showing this Ferrari's pace so far. Quite a close time, to be fair to his earlier time of 1:33.2. He gets it in at a 1:33.8. So really not too far away from that earlier time. And 1:33.8 is only 0.2 away from Verstappen's quickest lap so far in his Red Bull. So just a little bit interesting, of course. Yep. So just clarifying there, the commentators just clarifying on the situation at Aston Martin, which is that Felipe Drugovich is doing testing for these 3 days because Lance Stroll is injured from a cycling accident. But whether or not he will race next week is unknown. So in case Felipe Drugovich does need to take his place, he will be well versed and understanding of this car as a result of testing. So it's a bit of a pity for Lance Stroll to be missing out on testing. Of course, it's a crucial point in the season where they can get an understanding of the car and make some adjustments, etc., before the races begin. Of course, they can do that in between, of course, at the individual tracks, but to do it on one of the Formula One stages, especially when this race is only next week, is quite crucial, of course. So for Lance Stroll to be missing out on that is a bit of a pity for him. Nonetheless, we've got a very talented driver in Felipe Drugovich, who was Formula 2 champion of 2022. So a really proper racing driver there in the Brazilian of Italian descent and otherwise. So yeah, we'll see how he does in the Aston Martin, as he is doing the first practice session for them today so far. So just over 2 hours still left of this preseason testing. Session 1, this is the morning session. They will then have an hour's lunch break, and then we will continue with an afternoon session. Attempt to. Apparently, I had to actually leave the whole thing because it all had a panic attack. Yes. We're losing people. Bring me back. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Apologies, everybody. We are back. Just had a little bit of an issue there with regards to my microphone. Just had a little bit of power surge my side. Nonetheless, we are back and just looking at the timings and practice sessions. We see Max Verstappen has got that paint in there to just get an understanding of the car and the aerodynamics and where the weight. We do see Verstappen go around the track right now. He has put in a quicker sector 1 for himself, so hopefully we see a quicker lap overall from Max Verstappen. We'll see how close he can get to that of Carlos Sainz. As I said, just watching this replay here of Verstappen's lap that he's just put in. It's a 133.5, I think that is. Just need to confirm that. It's just a little bit blurry on my side here. So yeah, so Max Verstappen there putting in a bit of a quicker time there, just 0.29 seconds off of Carlos Sainz's quickest time in that Ferrari. We've got Jonathan Wheatley here of Red Bull Racing, sporting director, very alone in the paddock, just by himself there. Nobody else sitting alongside him, so it must be a little bit lonely. And we also see that Oscar Piastri out in that McLaren as well. But yeah, so we've got the cars of Tsunoda, Piastri, Hülkenberg, Russell, Albon, Verstappen, and Sainz all out on track right now. The only drivers not is Drugovich, Gasly, and Zhou in the Alfa Romeo, Alpine, and Aston Martin, respectively. So, still looking out here at these races and whether or not Sainz and Verstappen can put in a few quicker laps as this testing session goes on. We will see, of course, but certainly seeing some good information for all of these teams, and I'm sure they'll be chuffed so far with the information that they are managing to get out of this first session of preseason testing. We've got a huge season ahead of us, and yeah, hopefully a bit more of a competitive one, that of Ferrari, Mercedes, and Red Bull really challenging at the top. Hopefully, I'm really backing McLaren to hopefully also showcase their colours a bit more. They were really poor last season. But so far in this practice session, not that it's not particularly telling in these testing sessions as of yet. As I say, you'll want to see the times after the last day, because after that you will have had these drivers really had quite a few fast lap attempts and put in some very quick lap times, hopefully. So only then will we really know where the cars are in terms of testing, in terms of pace as well. Of course, that is only most of them with low fuel loads. We won't know how these cars will fare with higher fuel loads, of course, which we will see in Bahrain next week for the actual race. But until then, we will get a genuine understanding of the qualifying times, hopefully, and which car is genuinely quickest at a low fuel load. So, as I say, just based off of that, not that it's something that we should be basing off. The McLaren, which I was hoping would be much quicker this season. So far, Oscar Piastri, new to Formula One, of course, the Australian, highly talented, but it's just a little bit off the pace in that McLaren at the moment. Just put in a time there of 3.6 seconds behind Carlos Sainz, who's got the quickest lap at the moment in testing. So it's a little bit slow at this moment in terms of McLaren's car and Piastri there. We're also looking at Red Bull and Verstappen and looking at that distribution. Aerodynamics there being shown by the paint there of the Red Bull of Max Verstappen's. So just looking at it. So yeah, just having a good look at the track and these drivers and these cars. Yeah, I think a couple of cars that look to have hopefully really improved. The Alpine, they keep shouting on about their front nose, and also looking at the Mercedes and the Ferrari to see whether or not they've managed to get their cars back up to Red Bull pace. Not that Ferrari needed to improve too much, but Ferrari, of course, having a lot of reliability issues last year, which was their biggest problem. Couple of driver mistakes, of course, as well, but they had a very, very quick car, did Ferrari, and a lot of the time strategy was what really kicked them in the teeth. The car itself was really not too bad, just a couple of reliability issues when it came to the car, as well as strategy issues. But if Ferrari can fix those, of course, with new team principle, they will hopefully be a very, very strong contender to that Red Bull team, who obviously are now looking for a third Drivers' Championship in a row through Max Verstappen. Red Bull winning the Constructors' Championship last season, not the season before that. Season we've got three permanent rookie drivers, front seat drivers. We've got De Vries, Sargent, and Piastri. Those three are the main new rookie drivers for the F1 season in 2023. So please do tell me, who do you think is going to be the standout performer out of those three new drivers? Of course, the other drivers joining the grid again, who've not been here for a while, that being Hulkenberg in the Haas. So he is back in F1 finally. So he's taking the place of Mick Schumacher, who is still there. He'll still be at Bahrain circuit right now, probably in the Mercedes paddock, as he is their new reserve driver for the season. As a result, he also becomes McLaren's reserve driver, or one of them, one of the potential ones. The other potential McLaren reserve driver is that of Djokovic, who is currently driving the Aston Martin around the track, because that is who he is main reserve driver for. So very interesting that. Djokovic obviously having to do all of testing for Aston Martin because of Lance Stroll's injury. Will Lance Stroll make it to the Bahrain Grand Prix next weekend? It's still up in the air as to whether or not that happens. But we will see. We will see. So, if you guys are confused about who we're talking about with regards to Felipe Drugovich, he is driving, of course, for Aston Martin. If you're a little bit confused, you want to go find out who he is, you're more than welcome to go across to the Forever Motorsports channel. Just search Forever Motorsports, and latest video there, it is Who is Felipe Drugovich, as we just break down his career, where he's from, his lineage, and how he's made it into F1 as a reserve driver for the season. So we are following Max Verstappen go around the track again, still with that paint on to see aerodynamics. To apologize, just having a little bit of a break in quite interesting. Somebody's just shared an image to me of the Ferrari nose, and there seems to be quite a big dent in the nose in one of the pictures. So we'll have a look again and see whether or not that is something that has genuinely happened. But it is quite interesting that. So I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference to them, of course, but a little bit interesting as we see Valtteri Bottas there rocking a mullet now, and I think he's very much enjoying his time outside of Mercedes. He's really let loose a little bit. Valtteri Bottas become a bit more of a free spirit, as it were, since leaving Mercedes. So yeah, just very interesting, of course, watching that of the Ferrari there of Carlos Sainz. Somebody saying that was going that quickly that they've managed to put a little bit of a nose dent, as it were, from the air or that of the car going so quickly. So I do enjoy. Oh, we just. See George Russell now coming out onto track. And let's see how he can do in this session now. So yeah, just going through the grid so far as we've seen the quickest times. You can see it on the left there. Sainz, Verstappen, Albon, Zhou, Russell, Hülkenberg, Gasly, Tsunoda, Piastri, and Djokovic. That is the order in which times have been put in. Of course, again, I keep reiterating, and I'll reiterate again, that do not take this for a very good indication for how quick these teams are as of yet. You'll see teams try different things, looking at different things, and it'll come down to the overall times at the end of the weekend. Depending on how those times do or fare at the end of the weekend, that gives you a bit more of a clear indication, as they would have done a few fast laps and otherwise, which would have been the best indication for which teams are actually looking well prepared for the season, starting in Bahrain next week only. And of course, as I say, Red Bull last time out, both cars retired, and everybody thought, oh, what a terrible start for Red Bull, but they still went on to win the Drivers' Championship. But yeah, no team will want to have the similar sort of thing with regards to a reliability issue. So testing will be stringent, they will be strict, and they will do as much as possible to ensure that they do not have any retirements next weekend. So they reckon, actually, that earlier there might well have been an issue with Aston Martin. So in case you didn't know, Aston Martin did stop. They had a bit of a small issue, which seemed to be rectified and wasn't actually an issue at all. They reckon what might have actually happened was a little bit of overpower on the ECU. So just because they've got all of those computers on the car and they had the aerial rack feeding data to itself, of course, they're going to have to power all these things. So taking on a lot more equipment than it should when the car itself is just out on track. So they reckon it just might have overpowered the ECU, and as a result, it just had a failure in terms of using too much power. So that might well have been the issue with Aston Martin's car when they stopped earlier. So hopefully that problem is not going to persist. So not a big problem really at all. Though, of course, it's not like some of these computers sending back stats to the teams are not put on the cars. When they do actually race, they do need to find out what's happening with the car as it goes around. The computer does tell them a lot about what's happening with the car as it goes around. So maybe something they need to look at with regards to testing and making sure the ECU does not fail during the race, of course. So it will be interesting if that issue does come up next week, because we would have found out about it already in this practice session, that it was a bit of a slight issue already. Yeah, so we do currently still see the fact that Sainz and Verstappen are leading the pack. Times have not been improved too much as of yet. Obviously, as I say, when you want to really tune in to see quick times is hopefully towards the end of the day in session 2, the afternoon session, right towards the end of the session. I'm sure you'll see some quicker laps being put in there from some teams. So I'll be very much interested to see what happens towards the latter end of the day. Of course, you can stick with us. We will also be live streaming that session later this afternoon. There will be an hour's break in between these two sessions. It will be for lunch, and whether or not these teams will actually be eating lunch during that time is another matter. Nonetheless, that is designated lunchtime, and then they will get back out on track for preseason testing session 2 the afternoon on day 1 of 3. So we've just got an hour and 40 minutes left until that point where you will see the teams come in and not be allowed on track. As we are seeing this track get a lot more black around these turns and these hard braking zones, just showing how much rubber is being put onto the track now. Pretty much getting a full race worth of practice. These teams are. So a long amount of hours that they're allowed on the track over these next 3 days. Is 25 and a half hours or something like that, that they'll have access to the track to get some testing done, just currently following the Williams of Alex Albon as it goes around the track. Just talking about I was just hearing, they're talking about some of the old big races and big racing names and previous seasons and all that. I mean, now also another thing interesting is say it's who was the driver that got you into Formula One? Who did you follow when you started watching Formula One? Who was that? Who was that driver that you decided, that's who I'm rooting for? That's somebody I really enjoy watching. I mean, for me, it was actually Sebastian Vettel and Mark Webber, that in the Red Bull thing. Of course, before that, though, I mean, I won't deny it was watching a bit of Jenson Button, actually, funny enough. He was quite an aggressive driver in the McLaren. Back when McLaren was silver, it was Mercedes McLaren. It was both of them joined forces. So that Mercedes McLaren team, I did quite enjoy watching in that silver. Back when Lewis Hamilton was there alongside Jenson Button. A very, very good car that was. But so I'd love to know your thoughts. Which team and which driver really got you into Formula One? Who were you supporting as you started watching more and more of these races? Now, it is very interesting. Now we are looking back at that thing. I talked about we talked about the front nose of the Ferrari earlier, and indeed it is true. As we see the Ferrari going down the main straight, it's collecting so much speed that the front of the nose is actually getting a little bit of a dimple. The air is pushing against it so much that the metal is actually bent underneath it on the straights. So Ferrari will need to have a look at that, of course, because that won't make it optimal for aerodynamics, of course. So interesting, that little dimple that comes, unless somehow Ferrari reckon that is a very, very nifty little trick they've decided to put into the car. So just Ted Kravitz there being dared to press into the nose to see whether or not how hollow that part is, to see how easy it is to push that little piece of metal back, or the piece of the front nose back. As I say, it'll be quite interesting. It'll be all over Twitter, I'm sure, later or even now. Is a little bit of a dimple that forms on the Ferrari's front nose when they go around the track on the straights. They're collecting so much speed that's collecting a little bit of a dimple in the front of the car, as we see the little replay there. Quite interesting that. As somebody puts in the comments there, James, there says, or is it a strategy by Ferrari? I'll be very interested to know what effect that has on aerodynamics. I can't imagine too much, not enough to warrant putting that little interesting piece in, but nonetheless, it is certainly interesting to note that Ferrari's nose is misbehaving or / doing something very different to the others in terms of having that little divot when air pressure is being applied to it on the track. Ferrari's mechanics do not seem too concerned at all about the nose, so clearly it's not a problem or affecting them too much. So I'll be keen to see whether or not this continues throughout the day. I want to see Ferrari's nose later on, because it wasn't doing it earlier, I don't believe. It's only in the latest couple of laps that the last half an hour to an hour that it started doing that. So I don't believe it did it when Carlos Sainz put in the quickest time of the day so far. So certainly interesting that. An interesting theory now being presented by Ted Kravitz there. They're saying another theory would that be saving weight. Is saving weight in the car, to try and save weight around the car, to try and get as much of the kgs out of the car as possible. They're saying they might well have removed some material just behind the nose. They're just inside. It might be actually hollow instead of being a solid piece. So it might just be a little bit hollow, which is what's caused that little divot to form. So Ferrari will need to have a good look at that. they're just talking about something interesting, a technical term which some of you will be confused about, and I'll explain. But it's called slot gap separators. Basically these little joints that connect the front wing, all of the different pieces. Of course, the front wing used to be a solid piece in years gone by, but now it's obviously multiple pieces. If you look at the Ferrari, it's 4 different pieces, all at different levels, and they're connected by these things. And what's interesting is Mercedes last season, they tried angled connectors. They angled those joints essentially between those different panels for more aerodynamics, and all the teams seem to have followed suit this season with regards to the front wing. So be interested to know that, because supposedly it wasn't actually allowed. But I think what they're saying is a change in terminology, which means that within the FIA rulebook, it's not now policed, so they can freely do that. So Ferrari, we're looking there at Ferrari slightly curved, and they're all changed. They're all at different angles and different parts. They're not straight. So a little bit of interesting. Of course, I mean, the amount of engineering that goes into these cars is insane. And the smallest possible thing they can do to the car to make it quicker, they will. So even if it's like a tiny little piece of metal that sticks up from the car, it'll have a little, it'll have a purpose to it. Nothing's there just for aesthetic. Everything is there to make this car as quick as possible. Just following the only one of 2 cars out on track is Guan Yu Zhou and Dragovic out on track. We're just following the Alfa Romeo of Guan Yu Zhou. Proper nice looking car this season. Having said that, Guan Yu Zhou now is coming into the pit, and Dragovic is the only car out on track. No cars look to be coming out onto track anytime soon, so I think let's take a little bit of a break, as we've got just over 1.5 hours left of this first preseason testing session, the morning session for preseason testing. Alfa Romeo just take the car back into the garage, and Dragovic is all alone out on the track right now. So he's got the track to himself to try and get used to this car, try and get used to the new Formula 1 setting. So Aston Martin, in terms of their livery wise, changed very little. Basically all they did was make the green ever so slightly lighter. It does still look a nice car. It's a nice car. It's an interesting color, obviously, that Aston Martin green. But yeah, not too exciting a livery otherwise. Not too many patterns and designs and otherwise. So still staying out on track, just trying to put some fast laps in now. I think he's just finished his out lap and now starting a fast lap now. So yeah, just following Dragovic here on track. They're just talking about Ferrari and Matteo Binotto, obviously not longer part of the team. But they're, of course, Matteo Binotto being mainly the engineer and having a large say in what the Ferrari car looked like and all the various things they did to design it. He was a large part of all of that. And so what they're reckoning is they're saying, yes, now he's left the team. You know, what he's actually done is set the platform. So he set up a really good car. And was trying to fix the reliability as the season went on. What he really lacked was the strategy part of it, in terms of making sure the team was on board, in terms of getting the right strategy, making sure the pit stops were good, etc. So that's where Ferrari made a lot of mistakes last season. So they're reckoning what might have happened is he's teed this car up really nicely. He's made a really good car, which is very much competitive. And now they've given it off to a team boss who's going to hopefully take the team further rather than just the car's design. So he's involved less in the design process, but more in the strategy. So maybe that is what Ferrari is going to see this season, maybe a bit of a more refined and defined approach to their strategy, to their season, and hopefully you'll see a very competitive Ferrari team. As Dragovic goes over 4.5 seconds slower than that of Carlos Sainz. And I will say the only thing depressing about these cars now, these new cars over the last few years, is that of course we no longer have those V10 engines. And I really love the V10 engine, that screaming engine, as I'd call it. That's the famous sound everybody knows of. It's the famous thing that everyone will try and do with Coke cans and things to try and replicate the sound. And you don't quite get that sound anymore. That really high-pitched scream around the track is now much lower. It's pretty much a normal sound. They're not as loud as well, these Grand Prix now, they say. I mean, they're still, don't get me wrong, they're very loud, but not nearly as loud as they used to be. It used to be a proper spectacle in terms of really blocking your ears because it was so loud. These engines would be making so much noise. So they have lost a bit of that fun factor, but these cars are so quick now and so technical. Of course, having these hybrid systems and ECUs and DRS and all these various things. And of course, Formula One are on the way towards clean fuel energy as well. So they're trying to get zero emissions and reach goal zero to try and motivate the other car manufacturers across the world to go the same route, to try and get their cars as eco-friendly as possible. And one of those things is, of course, going to zero emission fuel, or at least eco-friendly fuel in these Formula One cars. As we do see that Sainz is coming out of the pits to join, I think it's Russell is also coming out onto the track as well, and Dragovic, not sure if he's still out. No, he's come back into the pits. So we've now got Carlos Sainz and George Russell out on track. So current conditions, we've got 28 degrees in Bahrain, so not too hot, but of course remembering that there is no cloud in sight, and standing in the sun is very hot in the desert. You've got all the sand reflecting everything everywhere, so it does get a bit hot on the surface in Bahrain. So Carlos Sainz still currently the quickest lap time behind his name in today's practice or preseason testing session. And we also see Hülkenberg coming out to the track as well. So he will also be trying to put in some times himself. So just for following Carlos Sainz, who's about to start his fast lap here. Just coming around the final corner. And now starting his lap. So quite interesting, of course, the main straight of Bahrain, a very, very bumpy straight. So as you see them going full tilt, you do see their heads bobble around a little bit. Just going to follow Carlos Sainz's lap here. It's just 0.2 seconds off of his quickest time so far. So a little bit behind already. Where he goes to sector 2. And approaching the sector 2 marker now is Carlos Sainz. So we'll see how he can fare. DRS open, of course. That back wing really going for it and pulling into those final couple quick turns, corners in Bahrain circuit. Approaching that marker now. Just 0.3 seconds off now, 0.36 seconds off. And now coming down that final straight, that long straight, before coming to that last corner to complete his lap time. It will be slower than his original quickest lap of the day so far, but not too far off. Comes in at a total of 0.4 seconds behind there. So 1:33.67 is what he comes in at there. So yeah, I'm just going to leave you, unfortunately, just for a little bit. I'm going to take a break, but nonetheless, we will continue streaming here. We've got 1 hour and 25 minutes left of this morning session for preseason testing. Currently seeing Sainz, Verstappen, Albon as our top 3 quickest times, respectively, in the Ferrari, Red Bull, and the Williams. I will catch you again. Sure, of course, if I do not see you, do be sure to catch us for the second session of the day, the afternoon session, where we will also be streaming, and be sure to come chat. And I will see you then.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Here we go.
Invincible.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through eyes covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I want to taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got 1 too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My
trying to protect your soul.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say